Hi. So, we have been working on this hot and heavy. We finally got to the mountain, and it's the last thing that we need to do. Um, I figured it out pretty good. The ones on that side have a little alcove. Well, this one doesn't, obviously, but they're gonna have a little alcove around the dispenser. Um, there's going to be a line here that goes back it goes back to that spot there, and then it'll come back over on this line here. So it's pretty cool. Now I am very confused because it is raining today. They say April showers bring May flowers. Yeah. Um, think the weather didn't get the memo, but it's okay. It's fine. I actually like rain. I'm confused why it's so cold around here. And it's May. Usually that's like the start of you feeling like it's summer. So you may be confused when you watch this um on Twitch because I am not doing something for GTA or Forza Horizon 6. Um Yeah, the reason for that is that they said that they're going to turn the electricity off sometime this week for our building, and apparently they haven't done it yet, which I think is weird. But but yeah, I was pretty happy because I've got content on YouTube right now that should be coming out in just a few hours here. Um I've got content for today. It's just not when I'm streaming. Usually I stream whatever content is going to be out for the day. Um, Today that's not happening. And it looks like I might have to change my streaming schedule. I don't know yet, but my husband may have gotten me a job interview. And um problem is I don't know if it's just got that and Walmart on it, or I mean my resume. I don't know if it's just got um Walmart and writing books, or if it's got, you know, um Advantage and whatever. I'm gonna have to look at my resume later and see. But right after stream, I've got to get a shower. And then when we get home, when my husband gets home, we're going to have to go shopping at Walmart or somewheres anyway. Just try to find me a pair of pants that looks decent and actually fits. Not too tight, not too loose. Actually fits. Cause we found out that, I've got a bunch of jeans, but like none of them go all the way down to my, they're not full length pants. Most of them are capris because, um, at Walmart, if I didn't have capris on, mm, uh, it was bad. I felt like I was gonna pass out. Especially over the summer. Oh my goodness. They should have let us wear shorts, but shorts don't look that professional, so it's like you could wear whatever you wanted within reason because it still had to look I mean you could wear pants or capris, but that was about it for you know I mean you could wear a skirt, but that's not really practical for working in a Walmart. But anyway, right now I can wear whatever I want. So, um, it's not very professional to wear a tank top, but right now I can wear a tank top if I want. I can wear pajama shorts, being an author and a content creator, I can wear whatever I want. Um, I was going to say something, but no, I don't think I'll add that. I did get 2 pages done in my story. I've been working on this a lot, and it's almost done. I just had to get myself into a pattern, and I, most of it is done, or a lot of it is done, and I just gotta, I gotta get back to the spot near the entrance. Well, I think it's 2 sections up from the entrance, but still, I have to get up to that spot, and then um, I gotta go on the way back and make all those little alcoves, and then I will be done, and hopefully it'll work. Um, so I was listening to, um, you know, I had listened to, I mean, I was listening to books that I'd already written yesterday, and I was like listening, I started out listening to Esperanza's Party. Well, it sounded pretty good, um, until it got to this one part where, it's like, uh, um, Sean had said something, and then he was doing the narrator part, and then he said something again or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's just awesome. Obviously, it's not awesome. I'm being sarcastic, but, I was like, oh, great. So I did find out that there's a few spots where it just, it would work if you sent a minecart, but it doesn't. Oh, you know what? Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't really like doing it this way because I get a little bit confused. Is it supposed to be the left or the right, that I take out? Sometimes it's easier this way. Oops. So I did make this a mountain, but the inside of it's hollow, but you're not supposed to think that it's hollow. You're supposed to think that it's actually um, filled in. That's what I thought. Anyway, you're supposed to see it as filled in. Um, and since you can't see underneath the mountain most of the time, except for when I mess up, you know, it makes a great illusion for that. Um, Dang, I feel like I just woke up and I really didn't just wake up. I've been up since 6 something. And like 6:12 or something like that. And yeah, see this is gonna have to go over 1, and this is gonna have to go over 1. Oh. You know what? There was one where it was right there. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to try to get this done today within the 3-hour timeline. And then if I finish early though, I'm going to have to get it off of here. And since this is like bonus content today, because if you go on my YouTube, you will see a video for GTA and a video for Forza Horizon 6. My video for Forza Horizon 6 is mostly trying to find the ooh, I didn't think of that. It is mostly trying to find the roads. You get you get points for yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, you get points for um find oh, you get points for finding all the roads and finding all the smash me signs and the oh, I shouldn't be taking these out actually. And I'll tell you why. Unless the road is totally um unless it's totally the way it's supposed to be. You still need the light to take out the part of the road that you're not needing. I mean, the part of the redstone and stuff. See, I was going to keep going until I got to the end, and then I was going to come back and finish whatever I needed to do. But then I was like, well, I need to go and do this. Wait a minute. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I did this to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9. Okay. We're good. Anyway, so all of these are going to have alcoves, and that was the best way I could think of to um, keep the idea of keep the idea of it being a 4th of July show and have, I mean, keep the forest idea is what I meant. Keep the forest and put in the keep the forest and have the fireworks be able to go off too. So yeah, um, like I said, we're only going until I'm done with this project, and then I gotta go get my shower because we're supposed to be going doing a little bit of clothes shopping. I just need a pair of pants that looks nicer than what I have and doesn't have. I've had some of my pants for like since like 2019, so they're just wearing out. And they're wearing out in the most inconvenient spot. So you don't want to go into an interview and you don't want to go into an interview and you're sitting there and the interviewer happens to see that you have a um, hole in an interesting spot in your pants. It's rather embarrassing, and I think I think actually when and I I think the one time that I did have that problem, um, I was more embarrassed than because they couldn't see it, but I knew it was there, kind of thing. So yeah. Anyway, or I discovered it afterwards, and then it was like, oh my gosh, what if they saw? Yeah. Anyway, so um I finished 2 pages this morning, and then after I get done after I get done with this project, I'm taking my shower, and then I guess I'll be working on my story after that. Um Problem is that the chapter that I'm working on is 20 pages. And I really should break it up because it's one of those things where, okay, so the chapter starts out with Ashley in her bedroom. She hasn't woken up yet. Um she uh I forgot to have her take a shower because, I always have them take a shower. Well, I forgot to do that. It's okay. She's got two of the same dress, one given to her by her dad and one given to her by her boyfriend. And so like she can wear the one to the family part of the birthday party, and then she's going to have her friends over later. She'll be able to have her shower and wear the other dress, you know, later. So, but I think I might want to go back and rewrite, even though I already put that part together. I'm very much thinking that that should be one part, and then depending on how long the breakfast part of it is, um, depending on how long the breakfast part of it is, have that be a separate chapter. It leads to really short chapters sometimes, though, and they're still talking about her birthday outfit, which is a pink party dress. Her favorite color is pink, so it makes sense to get her a pink party dress. But apparently, at one point, Hayden had bought this dress for Ashley, and then Sean went and got the same dress for Ashley, and Sean went even further than that. He got her um, high heels to go with it. Technically, I just put the word heels, so maybe they're 6 inch, maybe they're 4 inch, maybe they're 2 inch, maybe they're just like you know, um, like the ones that you would get for a little girl, where they're just enough of a heel for them to be happy about it. I don't know. Um, but I said heels, so I usually mean like regular everyday high heels that you can get just about anywhere. Um, but in some cases, I specifically put in exactly what I want it to be because there's certain shoes that I would love to wear, but they need adjustments for me to be able to wear them. And I put those into my book, so maybe. What? Wow. So our modem has 3 bars. 95% of the time, it's on 2 bars. I don't know why. Um, part of the problem is that between two, we're between two. Sorry, he distracted me. We're between two towers. One's 4G and one's 5G. Hopefully, they were supposed to be working on the 4G to make it a 5G. Hopefully that'll be a 5G event. Yeah, I'm still streaming. If you didn't know what we were talking about, I'm an author. I think about those kind of weird things, but I was thinking the last thing I said, could be seen as not what we were talking about. Um, 'Cause uh my husband said that the modems, you know, was showing that it went red, and I haven't been paying attention to the modem. I never do. Um, and I felt really bad yesterday because I wasn't paying attention to the stream either, and I actually got rated. That was so cool by Taylor's underscore Tater underscore Tots. And if they're ever watching one of my YouTube videos or watching me on a you, you stream on Twitch and then you can watch it later. If they're ever watching that, specifically from today and yesterday, I did say thank you for the raid. Um, I don't raid people anymore because it says raid with the party of two. And it's like 95% of the time I've got me, myself, and I. It's that other 5% where I actually have people. So it's like, what do I do? So I haven't rated people anymore. Um, Actually, that was a good way to get people to follow my channel too, is, rating people. Um, like I said, I had 110 people until December 2025, January 2026, something like that. Um, I did something on GTA that I was pretty sure was naughty, but I was gonna, kick it off of there right away. But I think I like waited a couple of hours or something like that, and then I was like, oh, well, anyway, either they were spring cleaning or they didn't like what I did on GTA. And if they were spring cleaning, they got the wrong account because I had two of them, but it wasn't my fault. I was trying to get one of them, and it was just gonna be called Pirate Author. Um, because that's my gamer tag. So it's like, people are gonna be wondering where the 23 come from. For a while there, I wanted to be like 23 forever. Yeah. And I kind of think it would be nice to be, um, not in a like, uh, not in like not necessarily being an immortal or, well, yeah, like, that is an immortal. Okay. Anyway, I was gonna say like, like, Highlander. I don't know if any of you remember Highlander, but, that was a show. Well, it was a movie too, but I liked the show better. Duncan MacLeod from the Clan MacLeod. He's played by Adrian Paul, and the thing was that most of the time he was good with being a Highlander. He was an immortal. He was never gonna die, unless you um separate his head from his body. You know, if that happens to the Highlander, then I just there. Anyway, if you do that, then they're um unalived, and they are no more. But um I remember at least one episode where his girlfriend Tina, she's getting older. She she loves him to bits. She doesn't want to be away from him, but he's like already had several relationships with he he was trying to stop it off in the first place. Um like in the first season probably. He was trying to, get her not interested in him, but it didn't work. So they end up, falling in love. But he's already had like, you know, um, going from the I assume the Renaissance times to the 1980s, 90s. Can't remember. Um, anyway, he's already had so many relationships that, he doesn't want another one. But, you can't choose who you fall in love with, so I mean, like when you fall in love, you fall in love. You know, it may be the perfect guy for you. It may be that guy that makes you makes you think he's the perfect guy, and then he shows you why he's not. It could be anything. Um, but but you're in love. So you may not notice it at first if he's not the one for you. Like on Bride Wars. Um, Bride Wars, they'd been together like since high school, I think it was, and and um and so she just didn't notice that she wasn't that into him. So she said something about settling, and she was talking to Liv about settling, and or no, Liv was talking about settling, and she goes, "You mean like me being with my boyfriend?" Because I can't think of his name right now. And Liv's like, "You came up with that one on your own." So, um, I can't think of his name. Well, I can't think of her name either. At least I know that she's played by Anne Hathaway, but I can't think of her name on the show either. And I know that um the whole story is that there's um two best friends, and the whole story of the movie Bride Wars is that there's two best friends, and Liv has had some tragedy in her life. Their parents died in a car crash or something like that when they were young, and so they went to go live with. Uh, yeah, I think they went to go live with What's her name? I'm gonna call her Anne because I can't remember her name right now. Um. Anyway, they went to go live with Anne's family. So they've been best friends forever. They've always wanted to have June weddings at the plaza. They wanted to get married at the plaza. And, because they went there one time for lunch or tea or something like that. And, it was like the best time and they loved it. So they wanted to get married there. Well, they go to the wedding planner that just happens to be the same actress that plays Murphy Brown. Anyways, so they go there and yeah, there's three June weddings at the plaza that they could have, and um, the there's two on the 6th, and the other one's on the 27th or something like that, 20 something. And so the one said, "Oh my gosh, that's the." Liv said, "Oh my gosh, June 6th. That's the day my parents got married. So it's so meant to be." Well, that worked. That was fine. And then the other one said, "Oh yeah, I could do the 27th or whatever." So so I'm gonna call her Murphy because I don't remember her name. But Murphy said, "Do you want to consult your grooms?" And they're like, "No." So the problem is though that like a day later they got called up and both of their weddings are on the same day. So that's why it becomes bride wars, which was kind of okay because um Anne didn't really want to marry her. He's got a weird name like Fraser. Fletcher. That's what it was. It was Fletcher. But then it turns out that at one point, um, I don't know, I keep wanting to call her Emily, and that's not her name either. Anyway, it turns out at one point that, I think she was trying on dresses or something like that, but for some reason, she's all by herself. Um, but she's like trying on dresses or something, and Liv's brother walks in. He happened to be walking down the street and he's like, "Oh, it's Anne," And so he walks in and they start talking, and she's going, "I'm fine." Well, he's saying that's not really an emotion. And she kind of realizes that she really doesn't want to marry Fletcher, but by those two conversations, but she's doing it anyway, and so eventually, um, Liv had done something to try to sabotage Anne's wedding, and the problem is that she told her assistant to take it back, and he goes and uh, puts it in a planter and says, "You'll thank me for this one day." Um, yeah. But the cool thing is that like Liv's usually you know she's the together person all the time, and nothing ever goes like Yeah, she's a lawyer. So so at one point she's talking to her client, and somebody said that this seems like a really aggressive mood, uh, a, a really aggressive move, and they're not going to be in the mood to settle. And she goes, "We will not be settling." And so he's like, "I like her. We'll go with her." So problem is though that between that and the wedding, she gets really stressed out. Although Anne goes and starts um sending her treats. So like chocolate from Minilands, butter, uh cookies, anything that she can do to make her um make her not fit into her dress, because she bought a Vera Wang, and apparently you don't make the Vera Wang dress fit you, you make you fit Vera. So that's one of the things in the movie that I thought was a little weird. Because I don't imagine that a dressmaker would actually do that, but if that's really a thing, that's crazy. Anyway, so I've been working on my story. I got up to Ashley's 16th birthday. We kind of skipped over her 15th birthday. I don't know why. We just kind of skipped over it. Um, so like we're if I remember correctly, we have her 15th birthday on there. We definitely, I mean her um no, we had her four no, we didn't have her 14th birthday. We probably will. I haven't written that book yet. Um we probably will have her 14th birthday on there. But like we had her um we're having her 16th birthday. I thought we had a birthday before that. I thought we had her 15th birthday, but as far as I can tell, we skipped over it because we had Halloween, and then all of a sudden it was, like we had a Halloween thing, and then all of a sudden it was, um, like summer, or it was winter and then summer, something like that. It was crazy. But I wrote this when I wasn't, um, like I wrote this when I thought it was okay to skip over certain things, and then now I'm seeing that as a little bit of a flaw, but it'll be okay. But it was confusing to me, so then it would probably be confusing to the next person. But we needed her to turn 16, on camera, so to speak, because because of something that's going to happen that summer. And then um, that's going to be hard to talk about. If you haven't read all the other books, you may not want to hear spoiler alerts about what's going to happen, you know, during the summer. Because you're going to be like, well, she's telling us about it already. But like I said, I would like to go and put it in, like do a totally silent, um, do a totally silent stream where I do actually pay attention to the, chat and, where I do actually pay attention to the chat and, then, um, and then on the YouTube part of it actually have, like chapter 1 of Esperanza's party. And then in the next one, chapter 2. And in the stream at the end of the chapter. Um, Problem is that I would have to go and figure out how long that chapter is and stream only that long. Because it could be 2 minutes, it could be 4 minutes, it could be, it could be 41 minutes. I don't know. I don't remember how long it is. I could scroll on Media Player. I've got Media Player Legacy, and every once in a while it does something stupid. Cause like, day before yesterday, I found out that it is not showing in Media Player. It is not showing chapter 18 and 19 of Test and Love, which is one that I'm working on right now. And it's really weird because it's really weird because it's still playing it like it is there, but it's just not showing that it's there. And it's definitely in the folder where that's supposed to be, and I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, I know that there's more somewhere. Because when something's supposed to be up to a certain, it's supposed to be up to a certain number, I know it's going to, you know what? I didn't think this was going to take this long. I didn't think this was going to take this long, and apparently it is, so. So obviously I moved this from the middle, or, well, not the middle, but, this line right here to, now I'm paranoid. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I moved it from that line where the sea lanterns are to over there. And I did that because it's supposed to, all of them are supposed to go off, but also all of them are supposed to be away from the redstone brick. And it is literally driving me crazy. But I'm going to try to do this. And hopefully it'll be done before 11, and hopefully it'll be done, first of all, hopefully it'll be done before 11. And then second of all, hopefully it'll be, see, because it lights up like this. There is no reason for that. I mean, I'd understand if there was a lever. But I do not understand why this is doing what it's doing. And I mean, right now everything's doubled up, so it kind of makes sense, just kind of. But yeah, so we got up to Ashley's birthday. Well, she's about to have her birthday party. But like I said, there's going to be two birthday parties. There's going to be the one after breakfast for, for the whole family. And then there's going to be the one in the living room, um, you know, afterwards, where everybody. Ugh. There's going to be the one in the living room afterwards where, all the school friends and, the other friends from town are going to come and, well, they're probably all school friends. But anyway, um, they're friends, not just school friends. But she met them at school, kind of thing. Anyway, so that's gonna happen. But the thing is that I just got to the part where um her younger brother Jack, he's like 10 at this point, I think. I'm not entirely sure. He's like 10 years old, and it turns out that he looks on his phone because you can see the weather and stuff on your phone. Um, the phone says it's supposed to be nice and sunny, but he's looking out the window going, the weather has other ideas. It looks like it's about to storm, and Ashley's been scared to death of storms since she was 1 years old, because when she was one, she had a bad habit of wanting to stay up instead of going to sleep. And and if Sean didn't sing her to sleep first, or I think it was sing her to sleep. Anyway, if Sean didn't sing her to sleep first, but he fell asleep first that night, like he would go, and he would be 2 at that point, since she was 1. Um, he'd be 2, so um, so he'd like go and sing her to sleep, and then stay up until his bedtime. And okay, so I think we're good on that one. Hey. So after we're done with this, we're going to have to go and make sure that all of the Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Anyway, we're gonna have to go make sure all the fireworks are where they're supposed to be. I mean, all the dispensers are where they're supposed to be, because the fireworks will inevitably be there too, where they're supposed to be. Okay. Oh man, I thought I. Oh, what? Anyway, so since it's all stormy outside, um, Ashley's gonna get very scared. Oh, I was telling the whole story. Okay, well, hold on. So anyway, um, for some reason, oh, like one of the horses was out of the stable, so um, I think it was Hayden, William, and Jake had to go out and chase the horse down, get it back into the stable where it would be safe. Um, it's the place where you keep the horses. Um, oh, you can see a stable on the movie It Takes Two, if you don't know what it is. She walks in from, uh, um, oh, they're Amanda and Alyssa, and Amanda comes in from one side, Alyssa comes in from the other side, and they were actually identical strangers, not identical twins. Either that or the doctor, when they were born, has some major explaining to do. But anyway, so while they're trying to get the horse, um, oh, it was Morgan's horse. Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, um, so Morgan's horse got out and just running around um in the backyard, which is a huge backyard. Don't worry, it's not like cramped space or anything like that. Um, but anyway, so running around in the backyard, like the backyard is at least probably 4 acres. But so they're running around in the backyard, and the three guys go out there to get the horse. Well, lightning strikes where all four of them are, and the horse went down. What? Well, that was dumb. Did you tell did you tell Jody that that's what's gonna I mean that oh okay. Okay. Anyway, so, lightning hit where all four of them were at. Well, the horse went down, did not get back up, and the three guys went down, and that's all Ashley saw. And so and no, I gotta finish this. Husband came home to get his glasses because he forgot. Kind of hard to see without. Um, But I did find out something. Okay, my eyes are pretty much fine, but one eye is 23 and then the other eye is 19. I did not make this up. Um, if you're sitting there going, "Isn't that a Monsters Inc. thing?" Well, yeah, it is a Monsters Inc. thing. I bet you he did not lock the door, so hold on a sec. 'Cause he never does. He just says, "Oh, it's a sleepy little town. We're okay." Yeah, he doesn't say it exactly that way, but um, he's basically saying that it's not um a scary place. You know, like because of all of the movies and TV shows and stuff, I would be scared to live in New York because like one of the episodes of Blue Bloods, all they were doing was trying to ride the subway, and this guy kept getting on there, and they'd rough up some of the riders, and I think they were stealing jewelry and money and stuff, but I don't know about that. But I know that they were like beating up people and threatening to give them kisses that they don't want and stuff like that. And yeah, I'd be kind of afraid to live in New York because of all that kind of stuff. Raja is coming to Dreamlight Valley. So anyway, eventually, Ashley does see. I think she finally saw that her dad got up and William and Jake, but the horse still didn't. So she's been scared to death of storms ever since because of that lightning. So Sean always has to hold her in his arms and comfort her through the storm. He's the only one that can do it. Although Jesse is a close second, which is important because one of the chapters in Lessons in Love, I think it is, Jesse has to hold her instead. You would think they're twin brothers, duh, but she can tell it's not Sean. It just doesn't feel right to her. She can tell. So, okay. So, anyway, that's what's going to be happening in the next chapters that they're going to have she's going to have her birthday party, but she's going to be having her face buried in his chest 95% of the time. Because she does, if I remember correctly, she does eat cake and ice cream. And, uh, after the storm is subsided for a little bit, after it stops for a little bit, she opens her presents and then, but still in Sean's lap. Anyway, she opens her presents and then right back to being held again because, big thunder. So that means lightning was out there somewhere. Um, the way I've been explained it is that um, you see the lightning and then you count 1001, 1002, 1003, and then if it's you count the numbers until you hear the thunder and you know how far the lightning is away from you. So like if you see the lightning and it goes and thunders right then, you know that it's dang close. But if you can count like 1001, 1002, 1003 and it thunders, then you know it's close but not that close. Okay. Anyway, so that's what's going to be going on in this part of the chapter. Um, like I said though, I might go back and redo it a little bit so it's um so it's shorter chapters. I could talk about the dress until the birthday party because I think the birthday party itself, the first one, is gonna be because I think the chapter right now is called Ashley's birthday, and I'm always thinking of it like a movie. So like in a movie, let's say we're watching the movie Ever After with Drew Barrymore. It's a Cinderella kind of a story. Um, I mean, it is the story. It is the story of Cinderella, um, but it's I don't know if it's a queen or what. But anyway, she's talking to the Grimm brothers, Grimm's fairy tales, and she's saying, "I love your stories. I know they're for children, but I love your stories. But I was very disturbed about your story of the little Cinder girl, which is Cinderella. Um, she was so she says yes, that was her glass slipper, or that was my glass slipper, or whatever it was. And oh, I think it was her relative from the past. So this was like two generations later or something like that. It was like her great grandmother or something like that. Anyway, um, I can't remember exactly, but anyway, so she starts telling her version of the story, and that's when you see that Drew Barrymore's playing Cinderella, and I believe it's the actress that was playing the best friend on Coyote Ugly. That was playing the one of the sisters. I've never seen the other sister anywhere but that movie, so I don't know if she's a one hit wonder or if she just plays on movies that I don't watch. But oh yeah, and it had Angelica Houston too. But the only things that I can ever think of that Angelica Houston's in, and I'm pretty sure she's in more than this, is the Adams Family movies with Raul Julia playing Gomez. She was Morticia, and then So Adam's Family and Adam's Family Values. And I didn't understand why they didn't have her play on oh no, that was Monsters. Never mind, that makes total sense. She probably did not want to play on the TV show. They tried to do a Adams Family TV show, but in color, and it doesn't exactly work in color. And if they would have had it in black and white, I don't think it would have worked either because everybody's used to color. So I don't know. It might not have worked, is what I'm trying to say. So it might have just been a doomed TV show, but it just didn't work in color. I seem to remember I liked it, but I was probably like one of the only people who did. I used to watch like everything. I don't know. I seem to remember watching a little bit of everything when I was younger. Like I used to watch The Greatest American Hero, Wonder Woman, Alf, um, Dukes of Hazzard, occasionally Sanford and Son, Silver Spoons, occasionally. I used to love watching their show when the little train was going by. They had a train in their house, and I think you could ride it. I can't remember. But, like, these are TV shows that I would like to watch again. Oh, Who's the Boss? I used to watch Who's the Boss. Facts of Life, Different Strokes, Family Ties, Growing Pains. Later, when it came on, Full House. Um, I mean, when it became a thing, Full House and Saved by the Bell. I got a whole bunch of TV shows I used to watch. I used to watch Murder She Wrote when I was younger. I guess I really like Angela Lansbury as an actress because, like I was really happy that she was gonna be Mrs. Potts because, oh my gosh, she's Murder She Wrote and she's Mrs. Potts now. But I also remember her from Bedknobs and Broomsticks. So I knew that I liked her as an actress. But I found out years later, when I first watched Blue Hawaii, that she played Elvis's mother in Blue Hawaii. Um, what was Elvis's name in that movie? I can't remember. Well, the cop was Eddie, but that has nothing to do with it. I can't remember his name. I haven't watched it in a while. I love it though. That's one of my favorite Elvis movies. Um, like my favorite Elvis movies are like Kissing Cousins, Viva Las Vegas, Clam Bake, um, 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 Blue Hawaii, and I like Harem Scarum. It's one of my favorites too, but and Girls, 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 but like it's one of those that I could watch one day and not necessarily want to watch the next day. Especially since okay, so they've got harem dancing girls in that, or no, they're gypsies. Sorry, they're gypsies. Um, so they've got gypsies in there, and they, put on a show. They've got a apparently they like to be called little people. Um, they've got a little person in their troupe that goes and picks everybody's pockets while they're dancing. So, everybody's distracted with the dancing and they don't notice that they're getting robbed from the little person. It's a guy. Um, I mean, he's a guy. Sorry. I don't know if the guy's still alive or not. I mean, because that was a probably 60s movie. So I don't know. Dang it. I did it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, fine. 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes sense. That's fine. Um, actually, I did set it up so like I could work on my story, and I've been saving it every time I make a change because just a little bit ago, well, actually, it was probably 2 or 3 hours ago, but anyway, um, I found the word there in my book, and it was spelled Their, but it was supposed to be the They apostrophe Re. So I went and switched it. It felt wrong at the. I mean, it felt wrong, but I knew it was right. Cause, uh, cause it was, Sunny, Eve, and Adam would probably, um, Sunny, Eve, and Adam would probably tell because they're 5. Well, Their is like it's their playhouse. I was gonna say their coat, but that doesn't make any sense. Um, it's their playhouse. So, it's like that, and I was like, okay. So I knew it was E They apostrophe Re because it's saying that they would tell the secret just because they are 5. Yeah. So, so yeah, I don't know if everybody likes my little my English lessons in here, but hopefully it'll help somebody. Hopefully it'll help that kid struggling in school, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because they don't know which one to use at which time. maybe I will go and take my just because file and maybe I'll take my just because file and put an English lesson into it like that so you can tell. You know, it's kind of hard though because I like giving really big visuals with that. Um so it would be all block letters and they're all uh ah so they're all 5 high and you can really tell what's going on. Okay, so or I could do it on a sign anywhere. Okay, one, two, da, ba, da, ba. I don't know. I think if I did that, I would definitely be having a. I'm trying to knock down how many playlists I have. So, like, if you like watching Just Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy, I've got a playlist for that. And if you like watching Minecraft, I've got a big old folder for that. I mean, playlist for that. Um, but I've got one for Disneyland, actually Disneyland, and I've got one for Disneyland Adventures, which I may break down into, um, like I know that I've got it throughout the years, so I may go through there and not take stuff away so it's gone forever, but like um make a 2026 folder or whenever I started that file that I have right now. Make a 2026 folder and do it have all the 2026 stuff there and then have all the 2020 uh 2025 and 2024 and 2023 together. But the problem is that, what I really need to do is make a specific folder for, a specific playlist. I keep saying folder, I'm sorry. A specific playlist for, um, I think I'm, doing Minnie Mouse right now just because I can. Actually, it's because I have content and I was like, it's not quite, it wasn't quite right. But I got so lucky doing the one thing on the file that I'm working on right now that I may not be able to finish it. I may not be able to do that again. Is what I meant. I had to go and look at somebody else's video to find out how to do it in the first place. There's this one part in the Jungle Cruise where you're supposed to go right, and I had to go and figure out which part it was, and uh, Flying Hawaiian, I think it was the one that had the answer. Something Hawaiian. Oh, look! I think we're done. I mean, we got to put in the alcoves. So, so yeah. I will show you the alcoves as soon as we find one. Oh, see, right here. I just want to go to the end real uh, as quickly as we can to make sure that we have all of the alcoves that we need, and we'll be flying a lot slower. Yeah, see, it's alcove like this. So then when you go like this, it doesn't look so bad. It's, pretty awesome. I just want to make sure all of this is done correctly. I was working on this uh, a lot yesterday. Yeah, I think that's when I started this, is yesterday. And I was still trying to figure out how to do the thing with the dispenser, in the trees. And I'm like, oh, why don't I do it this way? And it seemed to work. So, I mean, it seems to work. I haven't tried to shoot off any of the fireworks yet, but we'll get there. So the idea after this is, as soon as I can, as soon as I can, make the 4th of July show. So it's probably going to say 2026 4th of July show. And then you'll know that it's okay. You'll know that it's the actual show, and or it might just say 4th of July fireworks. I mean, 2026 4th of July fireworks. Because that's what I usually call it. Not, it's not always 26, 26, Last year it was 25. The year before that it was 24. Year before that, I think uh, I think I accidentally skipped it one year. Can't remember which one, but I want to say 23. And then, but I definitely had 22, I believe. I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, I've got a playlist for fireworks. Okay, so I've got a playlist um, for Disneyland Adventures. I've got one for Minecraft and backgammon. And well, actually, I got two for that because I've got one that's just straight up backgammon, and then I have the other one where it's backgammon, Roblox, and Zoo Tycoon. Which Zoo Tycoon videos got moved to the I don't play this anymore because it ended up being Garbage Tycoon, and I was complaining, and I know that not everybody's going to want to watch a video of complaining all the time. So I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm sorry. I enjoyed playing that game, but the garbage became too hideous. I mean, too much for me. If they just would have had the maintenance worker do it for you, that would have been fine. You know, so I'm thinking out of the tycoon games that definitely Roller Coaster Tycoon for the computer is way superior. I mean, there used to be, I don't know if there still is, but there used to be a Roller Coaster Tycoon um, for a version of computer, PlayStation, Xbox, and I think Mac, uh, you know, Apple computers. Something like that. Anyway, it was like for all platforms, and it was crazy. I wanted to get it so bad because I was like, okay, I don't want to have to go on my dad's computer all the time. Oh, there we go. I don't want to have to go to my dad's computer all the time to play this. Or my computer, whatever, whatever I was playing on at the time. Pretty sure it was dad's computer though. But anyway, I don't want to have to go on there all the time and to do that. Um, so I really wanted it, but I couldn't afford it at the time. And then it was like it disappeared. I mean, like literally disappeared. It was just really weird. Okay, so I mean, disappeared for anything but a computer. Okay, so we took about an hour and a half to get that all done, and then now we're doing the alcoves, which we only got to do the alcoves for a certain amount of space, so that's really cool. The space that we started out at in the beginning of the video, and shouldn't take too long. I hope. Because the apparently it's the assistant manager at the Dollar Tree used to work at another store, or no, a different location. I think it's still I think it was still a Dollar Tree, but in a different location. So anyway, um, excuse me. Um, anyway, she remembered my husband from a gift card reset, and so they got to talking uh, at the store at the store he was working at. He's working for another company, but it's a grocery store called Smith's, and um, this other company that he works for. I don't know if I'm supposed to say what the the company name is. So I'm gonna ask him to ask his boss, and because I would be totally willing to say what it is. It's just I don't know if I'm allowed to. But anyway, um, so the company that he's working for sent him out to Smith's, um, and she gave him an earful. She was like, "We can't keep, we can't keep workers, and if there's a worker that's good at one thing, they're not good at another," and she just gave him the whole list. Well, I am really good at most of that stuff. I can't actually say that I'm good at somebody walks in the door and hi, welcome to Dollar Tree. I can't say that I'm good at that. I really didn't do that much when I was a door greeter at Walmart. So, uh, it you were supposed to, but I'm like, I've got stranger danger so bad from living in California that it was always don't talk to strangers and It's weird though, because like when I want to, I can be a people person. I can go and talk to people all day long, and we'll just start talking about something, you know, I'll just stick with the word something. We'll just start talking about something, and I'll be like, talk with them for a good long time, and then all of a sudden, we have to go our own separate ways. But you know, like those cashiers at Walmart, I go and warn them, you know, like not to be on their phone too much, 'cause somebody got yelled at while we are still working at Walmart. Somebody got yelled at for being on their work phone, and they were actually doing work phone stuff. Stuff that you're supposed to do on your work phone, not on YouTube or not texting friends and family. Um, they weren't doing anything bad on their phone. It was their work phone, and they got yelled at for it. Because the manager didn't try to find out, is that your work phone or is that your phone? They didn't even try. Um, I used to have sometimes when I was in, it was mostly when I was feeling, um, I was like feeling major stranger danger or whatever. I would go and put on the music, and I made I made sure that it wasn't bad music. Um, but I'd go and put on a certain music so I could feel comfortable. You're not supposed to do that, but like as long as you're doing your job and listening to the music, it should be okay. But yeah, you're not actually supposed to do that. So, like if they had fired me for like listening to my music, that would have been one thing. But fired me for not yelling at somebody, that's just like seriously, I hope the CEO or whatever you call it of Walmart actually watches one of my videos and will complain about that because I didn't do anything. You shouldn't be able to get fired by, first of all, you shouldn't be able to get fired by just a team lead. It should have to be um, assistant manager or higher. So assistant manager or the store manager. And, it's pretty bad when the store manager didn't know anything about it and then doesn't do anything about it either. He said he was going to look into it and I don't think he did. Anyway, whatever. Um I'm trying to be, whatever because the assistant manager um at the Dollar Tree closest to us. It's right there in I want to say it's called the Carson Mall. Not sure, but I'm pretty sure it's the Carson Mall. Anyway, it's supposed to be, it's really close to our house, and I can walk there. So, anyway, I can walk there. I don't have to worry about having a car. Um, there's, she's supposed to be looking for my application. Now, we didn't know this at the time, but I put that application in September, and most companies would have thrown it out by now. But I went and tried to look at. I mean, I went and tried to put in another application, so it was a nice fresh application, and it didn't um, it didn't let me because I already have one in there, which is good. I hope, but I put it in September and still haven't gotten hired. But like I said, like I was telling everybody yesterday, and a different day, but I can't remember when. So we'll stick with yesterday. Um, I had, I had the problem of I am over 40, and the the AI the AI program that they were using to screen if you're a good candidate or not was kicking me out because I was over 40, and it was kicking other people out because they're disabled, and it was kicking other people out because they're black. And I hope that some of us get money for that, because uh, that's a serious thing. You are not supposed to not get the job just because you happen to be black, or just because you happen to be disabled, or because you happen to be over 40. I'm not saying I'm in the best of health, because I do have some knee problems and some wrist problems and ankles, and yeah, the list goes on. But I can work around that. I know what my limitations are, and I can work around it. I'm hoping to at least make uh I'm hoping to make at least enough to um enough to have the $300 to pay the HOA, but then also have enough money to advertise. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to hope and pray that I have enough to do both, because I would like people to buy my books, and I would like people to, because I would like people to, watch my videos, um, and, for me to be able to get monetized. At the moment, like, I want to get monetized because we need the money, but, um, but probably that money would go into advertising as well, so I don't know. But like I said, I would probably do a little bit of advertising, a little bit of giveaways. I'd be able to have like maybe a contest in there where it's um, you've got a week to figure it out, and how many Tootsie Rolls are in the um, container or something like that. I don't know. I'd be able to do something silly, or 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 how long am I going to stream today? Is it going to be uh is it going to be 0 to 1 hours? Is it going to be uh 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4? Although if it's Dreamlight Valley and we just got a new character, then I could be streaming for 6 hours trying to level that character up. So, there'd have to be a category for that too. I don't know yet what I would do because I don't have the money for that right now. So I'm not like actually planning it out and figuring out exactly what needs to happen to do, some kind of giveaway. Like probably, and I don't know everybody's addresses, obviously. So, how would we do that too? Because I think it's a little bit ridiculous to go and say we're doing a giveaway, but y'all have to get a PO box for me to be able to send it to you. Um, I don't know how that would work out. So I found out exactly where my sister is. Oh, I gotta play. Oh no, I gotta play tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow I have to play backgammon. It's a family superstition thing for me because okay, I don't know what day of the week it was when Mama went on her extended vacation, but nobody was playing backgammon at the time because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and so she went on her extended vacation. But on the other hand, Grandma and Grandpa had heart surgery, and I'm hoping I never have to have that. But they had heart surgery, and people were playing backgammon, and they lived. So, it's totally a superstition. It just seems like if people play backgammon, well, and for our family, if people play backgammon, they seem to live. So it was Mama and my two aunts that were playing it, but still, everybody was at the hospital waiting for them to get out of surgery, and like I remember seeing Grandpa on the stretcher. It was either before or after, I can't remember which, but I remember seeing him on the stretcher, and I knew that he was going to be okay because he's in good hands, with the doctors. Um, I don't know how I knew because I was only like, say 7 at the time or something, um, but I knew. I don't think we ever saw Grandma on the stretcher. But anyway, yeah, I remember that, and for some reason I wasn't worried because I knew that he was with the doctors. Most people would be like, okay, he's at the doctor's. That's not good. But I was like, I know that he's with the doctors. Uh, so one of the problems that did happen when we were younger is that my daughter had to have her appendix out, and we lived in Tahoe at the time, and he had my father-in-law had to go to work the next day. So or that night. I think it was that night actually. He had to go to work, and so we didn't get to stay there. We got there before the surgery, and I don't know. All the surgery talk was reminding me of it. Anyway, so we didn't get to be there when she got out because we didn't have our own car. If we would have had our own car, we would have been there no problem. But we made sure that she got to see us and everything, and we were there. So now, if something like that happened, I mean, she can't have her appendix out, but our son can if he still has his. If something like that happened, we would just go and talk to his boss and say we got to go. You know. Hi. My cat came in and sat on my lap. Okay, so dang, this is taking a lot longer than I wanted it to. Well, okay, if it's not done by 11, then we'll just finish it off stream after my shower because I've got to take a shower. Um This could be interesting. Because the problem is I mean one of the problems with that interview is that um my hair doesn't look the greatest. Um so I wear a hat all the time. And hats aren't great for interviews, but I'll just have to explain. And that if they need me to, I can get a green hat for the um with my first check. But we are trying to, okay, so I want to stay in this place. The idea was to stay in this place until um until we can afford something better. I mean, not better, but um more suited to our needs. I want it better, but in some spots, like no stairs. But I'm not saying that this place is horrible or anything. I'm just saying that the stairs need to go. There needs to be a dishwasher. Um, little stuff like, oh, and the washer and dryer inside the house. See, we got the washer inside the house, but we don't want the dryer inside the house, so I still have to go outside. I don't mind doing laundry as long as both machines are inside the house. I mean, sometimes I'm like, I just don't feel like it. But, really, I don't mind doing laundry. And we could get a few more hampers so, um, because we've been washing his clothes separate from mine. But the thing is that I like to do it by color because we have a lot of pink clothes, we have a lot of red clothes, we have a lot of um, blue stuff, black. So I would like to have a hamper for each one of those colors, and then for when I don't feel like putting up the clothes, some more clean clothes hampers. I know that sounds a little lazy, but we've just got one Mr. and Mrs. Dresser, and uh, his clothes are taking up a lot of the space in there. So that kind of sucks. I had to take out two trees. Okay. Anyway, I had to take out two trees. I don't like that. Well, I don't like having to take out trees, period. But, like on Roller Coaster Tycoon, they give you a certain amount of trees and you're supposed to work around it or take them out. Well, I ended up taking them out. So, because you got more room that way. Um, but here I don't like taking out trees, especially since I went and put in all these trees in the first place. I literally did. So it's going to be interesting. And then as soon as I'm done with this one, um, I'm probably going to lightly start in on the 2027 fireworks display. Fireworks show. And I don't know how I'm going to do it though, because I was kind of thinking take my, uh, take my new file and copy it and make that my 2027. But this is so hard. It's like, do I really want to go through all this again? And just because, you know, this one didn't have the cliff? I don't know about that. Ugh. But then I'm also thinking that, I might want to work on the Rainbow Raceway and make it work correctly this time. But that's a much shorter one. That one's like an hour long. This one's like 2 hours or more. Um, and the problem is that it has to be totally silent because it was saying, copyright. And I'm like, fine. I wanted to put, I actually want to put country songs on there. Not just country songs, America songs, I should say. Like, God Bless the USA. Maybe Independence Day. That one's depressing if you actually listen to the words. And then you don't know what's going to happen to the kid because she's said she's saying that summer everybody just thought she was a big pest. So she goes and goes to the state fair. But while she's at the state fair, her parents start fighting and something bad happens. And so she's going to have to go with the, um, she gets put into foster care. I mean, they don't word it that way, but she gets put into foster care. And then, it's like if you listen to that song just to be listening to it, it's one thing. It's a great song because, it's on Independence Day, let freedom ring, let the whole world sing, and it's great. But if you actually listen to the words, you find out that her world just turned upside down and she's having to go live with somebody else, and you don't know if they're good or they're bad, um or if, like, on the movie It Takes Two, maybe they're adopting kids just to, have slave labor. You don't know. It leaves a whole lot of questions, is what I'm saying. And I don't like that. But it's like that other song. Okay, um well, Christmas Shoes, you know what happened. But the other song I was thinking of, I don't remember what it's called, but there's a little girl, and I don't know if it's the foster parents or if it's the adopted parents. But what ended up happening is that um, her parents had fights a lot. So she's always hanging out behind the couch. And then she finally figures out where the Jesus picture went because, it was behind the couch too. So it's kind of like Jesus was watching over her. And she ends up having to go live with, this other family because her parents aren't alive anymore. And they take her to church. And the first thing that she says when she goes into Sunday school, I think it was Sunday school, was, "I know him." Because there was a picture of Jesus on the wall. You're not supposed to make images, you're like not supposed to make images of Jesus and God, you know, but people do it anyway. Or like there's this guy, I don't know if he still does it, but there was this guy for the longest time. He was definitely saying, "I am not Jesus." But he looked like everybody's, image of what they would think Jesus looked like. And so it was giving a lot of people hope, you know. And I don't remember what year that was, but, I just thought it was awesome. He's definitely saying, "I'm not Jesus. I just kind of look like him," or, like what people think he looks like. I mean, I would hope that if Jesus came, he would definitely say, "Hey, hi, I'm Jesus," and he would make sure that we knew it was definitely him. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I am supposed to be working on my story right now. But the thing is that I was supposed to finish this last night, and you know, like I showed you, I've been streaming for 2 hours right now, and it's still not done yet. It's almost done, but not done. And then I'm going to go up and down this mountain and make sure that everything is in place before I try to um and I'm not saying I'm hungry today because I had my sausage before we started. I think I need to drink some water. It's weird because I'm one of those people that their mouth will be dry, but it'll be wet too. It's weird. Okay. This is the part of it that is taking forever. And it's like I could go until I could go until we are definitely um done, but I'm probably not going to because need to eat lunch and take that shower and all that stuff. Because we're supposed to be going shopping later to get me some more interview kind of pants. I've got a nice shirt. Oh, there we go. Anyway, I got a nice shirt, but I don't have interview pants. And it's kind of embarrassing to say, but I've got some pants that I've had so long that they're getting holes in sensitive spots, and yeah. But they were good pants, while they lasted. Nothing lasts as long as it used to. Like people could have a pair of jeans, let's say, for like, you know, 20 years. And and now you have it for 4 or 5, and well, I said 2019, so it would be 7 almost. Well, depend on what month I bought them. It'd be 7. My husband hardly ever lets me buy clothes, so it's like when we had good months, he'd let me buy pants because I literally got down to 2 pairs and washing them a lot. And well, actually, we couldn't even wash them a lot because we lived in an apartment. When you when when you live in an apartment, you have a coin op machine that you use. So you're paying, you know, at the time $650 rent. I know that seems like such a spit in the bucket nowadays, but it was a pretty good apartment for that, and the electric was included, so we didn't have to pay that bill at all. We just had to pay gas, and gas is usually like no more than $30. So maybe during winter months it was more because you're constantly running the heater, but um it wasn't that much. It was less than $100 every single time. No, it's like when I listen to Christmas Shoes for Mama, it makes me cry. When I listen to that one with the little girl and the Jesus picture behind the couch, it makes me cry. Um, Independence Day doesn't make me cry, but it gets me upset because, the little girl doesn't have her parents anymore. Or like her dad got. It's either that her mom was unalived or both of them. I can't remember. And then Whiskey Lullaby probably ought to make me cry too. Because I want to say both of them unalived themselves too, but it's like they were so in love, but all right, like they were so in love, but they couldn't like tell each other, I guess, or something like that. Anyway, they definitely broke up, and and then one of them unalived themselves, and yeah, and I think the other one did too. I haven't listened to that one in a long time either. Um. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of songs that like make you cry or should make you cry, and I like them, but I don't want to cry. Yeah, but with the one with the little girl, that one's definitely a a good one in the end because she gets a nice Christian family that takes her to church and everything. So, but it doesn't exactly explain is this her forever home or is this a temporary or what, if I remember correctly. But like I said, being an author, I overthink things, so. Or like Send in the Clowns. That's one that makes me cry too. You really ought, I mean, it really ought to not because, clowns are funny and I don't have that thing like my brother where, he does not like clowns. He pretty much doesn't like anything with a mask. And I don't understand where this comes from. But like I don't think that we ever had anything where I don't remember there being anything um where somebody in a clown costume did anything to him, but maybe while he was visiting his dad, they watched It. I just thought of that one. Um, because his dad, it's the same dad as my sister that I'm always talking about. Um, he liked like Nightmare on Elm Street and stuff like that, and I don't think I should have been watching that. It's like I wanted to watch the movie, and I think it was because it was a movie, not because it was Nightmare on Elm Street. But I think if I would have actually sat down, concentrated on it, it would have been a not good thing. Um, because I seem to remember there was something I was supposed to be doing, like helping my mom with the dishes or something. Like she washes and I dry. Um, I want to say that that was the thing. Anyway, it's kind of weird when you have a divorced family, especially when your mom goes and does weird things like meets a guy at the carnival and decides to marry him. So he must have been a charming person at the time. But he can get grumpy. He can be totally charming and then he'll get like super grumpy. Um I don't know if grumpy's the word, but we'll just stick with that. Anyway, so my sister's dad is going in for heart surgery tomorrow. Today's his birthday and he's going in for surgery tomorrow. And I thought it was weird because that's what happened to me. Um we in uh we had my birthday. We went all the way to Reno. I'm saying all the way to Reno like it's so far, but it's only like 30 miles. Um, but anyway, we went all the way to Reno and had um, it had uh, um, um, Red Robin. That's what it is, Red Robin. And I always get their really good. Okay, because I love having salads, but sometimes it's better to have the mega salad that Red Robin has. So I'll have a salad there instead. And it's got chicken in it, and I think it's got, well, I know it's got cheese and croutons, because I used to have both of them out of there. And I felt so bad. La- uh, no, we usually go there for our anniversary. So maybe we didn't. I know we went somewhere for my birthday last year. But anyway, we might have gone Chinese instead. I don't know. We went somewhere. Um, but like I'll have last year, I think it was, I asked for it to have no cheese, and when it got there, it had cheese. It had, or I said no cheese, no croutons. It had one or the other. Um, it might not have been last year. It might have been the year before. But anyway, one of the times, um, I'm like, I asked for this without cheese, and we always get the big refillable thing of fries. I didn't know that there was a not refillable thing of fries. But anyway, we get the big refillable thing of fries, and it's endless fries and endless soda. So, that's really awesome. And, most people are probably gonna have one or two glasses and that's it. So, no big deal. Um, but, I was sitting there eating fries and eating fries and eating fries because they had, it had to be taken back twice. Because I'm like, okay, so I asked for this without croutons, without cheese. And, because that was before my surgery last year. And I probably ought to be keeping a list of this on my phone somewhere. Um, what I mean, when I had the surgery and when, all that. Just in case it's not on my record somewhere. Because I don't want to have an argument with the doctor of, yeah, I got my gallbladder out in July of 2025, and the doctor goes, it's not on the computer. And I'll go, fine, do an X-ray. They'll be like, oh, it is gone. Who did it? The emergency room? Yeah, that'd be an interesting conversation. I'm hoping I never have to have that conversation because I would like it if my medical records would follow me wherever I go. You know. Um. Okay. Dang. Okay, so it's 10:24 already, and I didn't think it was gonna take this long. I thought it was gonna take like an hour. We're gonna keep going until we're done. Um. I mean, recording wise, we're gonna try to only go until 11. But if I'm like that close, maybe we'll go till noon. But I want to take my shower just in case they call and say, "Yeah, come in for an interview." 'Cause I even know how to read a planogram. I don't always read it correctly. Like at Walmart, I didn't always read it correctly. Like I would be looking at it going, okay, this is what needs to happen. And, or like it would be like I would read it, not quite right. And then I'd have to go and redo it, but it got done right. Or like they would give me a certain amount of space and it wouldn't be enough for what I had. Like say Halloween candy, and there's supposed to be like four facings of the, I don't know, I'll just say some brand names that I don't really think were in that thing. Because when they put out the Halloween candy in those big cases, um, they don't actually have a plan of where that is supposed to be. They're just trying to represent all the candies that they have at that time. But like, maybe they'll have a thing where it's supposed to be a 4 foot wide of Snickers um, and a 4 foot wide of M&Ms, and they only gave me three 3 feet of space to do it in. Or, because like the planogram says this and then the shelf says this. It doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. So then people make up stuff, and then other people get upset because you made up stuff. And it's like, well, I got told by my supervisor, thank you very much, that I was supposed to figure it out, and I did. Um, but yeah, I'm so hoping I get hired. I don't want a job outside the house. I really don't. But, to help out with the bills is something I really want to be able to do. And I want to do it with my books. But right now, I just don't have enough for my current plan of flood the market and they will read. Flood the market and they will buy and read. My other idea was, um, I don't know where the local library gets their books, but if I could get my book on the approved book buying list, then that would be pretty cool too. Because people wouldn't be buying my books, but they'd be able to read them, and then they might want to buy them. Because, like, I love the Nancy Drew series. I've said that several times. But I love the Nancy Drew series, and I would like to be able to have all of them again. Um, but like I said, that's the reason why I want a bigger house, is because we could have bookshelves and be able to have all of the Nancy Drew books, all of the Star Wars books, all of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer books. Um, what else did we have? We had a book that was Star Trek and X-Men. I still have not read that. Oh, we had the Hardy Boys. We were starting to collect the Hardy Boys. Um, well, I had all the Nancy Drew books from the Nancy Drew Files and the Nancy Drew Hardy Boys books. I had all of those. Um, I have all the Percy Jackson books. I had all of the Harry Potter books. Um, I've got all of my currently on the market books. I mean, the books are in Amazon. I've got every single one of them printed out in book form. And one of the books, Lessons in Love, needs a new title. I mean, not a new title, but a new picture because I'm not going to use the horse. Um, I'm going to. It looks really cool though. I love that picture, but it doesn't fit anymore. Um, I'm changing it to a motorcycle because it won't kill the horse. Because I'm thinking, the amount of dates that he goes on in all of the books, and she tagged along on a lot of them and did something to his truck and then left again. Well, that's not enough. Running to get there. Um, a movie is only 2 hours long. Some of them are even shorter than that. Like, I think the Ninja Turtles movies are like an hour and a half. Something like that. Um, I found out that not all movies are just 2 hours, though, because one of the Die Hard movies is definitely 2.5 hours. I mean, I knew stuff like Mary Poppins and The Sound of Music are like 3 hours. Um, and I think The Happiest Millionaire. Anyway, they're long movies, so they've got in the middle of them I can't remember what the word is, but they have a pause so you can get up and go to the bathroom or or go get more popcorn at the concession stand or something. But the way they have it on the DVD now, you wouldn't be able to do that. It's just not long enough. It's pretty long, but I don't think it's really long enough. Like, if you have to go all the way upstairs, I mean, I can do it, but if you have to go all the way upstairs to go to the bathroom and then go into your kitchen and get more popcorn um, and find your soda and all that stuff, then I don't think it would be long enough. But it's okay. Well, like I said, it is pretty long. Um, Anyway, I am looking forward to finishing more of my book and hopefully getting that interview. Um, See, the thing is that if I don't get the job, then I'm definitely going to put in at Office Depot because I know where most of that stuff is, and I'm pretty good at computer knowledge. I'm only saying I'm pretty good. I'm not like perfect or anything. I can't like say if your computer is not letting you um if it's not letting you put in page numbers where you want them to be, I cannot tell you how to fix it. um I okay, what I do is I will go and find one of the books that does have that in it and copy and paste it into a new file, change the information in the book and cuz like if I go and take an actual book that is already written, um if I take a book that's actually already written and use that as my page number thing, then I got to go and take out all of that book and then um I got to take out all of that book and put in the other book. But I got to do it carefully because um because I don't want to mess up that starting where it says chapter 1 Okay, so this isn't a chapter title at all, but A Sunny Day, you know, that is page 1 of my book. And that's all I wanted, and there is no documented way. I even looked up, okay, I looked up not Windows, but Word for Dummies. And he didn't have that information in there either. And I've borrowed it from the library twice now, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, I already borrowed this from the library, and it didn't have the information last time, and it doesn't have the information this time. Yeah, so anyway, so I go and, copy and paste from a book that does have that in there just right, and yeah. So I found out yesterday. I have to look it up. Okay. So, I think it was day before yesterday. Oh, no, not that one. Okay, day before yesterday, I found out that there are 433 pages in Test and Love, the book that I'm working on right now. There's 433 pages right now. There was like 426, something like that. And I've just, I've added little things to this part of the book and that part of the book. And I took out something the other day because, um, uh, like day before yesterday, I took out something because it didn't work anymore because it was, um, her riding her horse Angel to town, and that doesn't work because I realized that if she does that, she's going to kill her horse. um and I figured out something. Okay, so one of the ladies that was shopping with us one time said that a horse can live up to be like, 30, 40 years, something like that. And I'm like, okay, that's good, but, Google says this and I gotta stick by Google, right? Because, I mean, Google's not always right, but, um, Google versus random stranger that I don't know. Maybe better to go with Google. I don't know. But Google was saying that horses only live to be, like 7 or 8 years at that point. And I was like, okay, well, he's probably pretty much at the end of his life here. um, when Ashley's 16, because she got him when she was, you know, I actually don't know when. Because, like, if she got him when she was 12, then he'd only be 4. Unless he's. Unless he was a adult horse at the time that she got him. Um, he would probably be. Name something that starts with a barrel of. It's a Family Feud thing. Um, yeah, usually they talk about a barrel of monkeys and a barrel of apples, but they usually don't do it unless there's at least 4 answers. So, yeah. Um, so the problem is that I can't sit there and um I'm going to end up adding stuff to YouTube again. I can't sit there and watch YouTube and do my story at the same time. It does not work. I can listen to my story and um, work on my story, but I can't do it the other way. And I am really getting behind. Like yesterday, I was hoping that oh, I have to go on Dreamlight Valley. Okay, so they got this event where somewhere in the valley is a dig spot, and yesterday mine was in the Frosted Heights. So anyway, somewhere there's a dig spot. It's a yellow dig spot, as opposed to um the ones that they usually have, where it's just sparkly. Um, anyway, so there's that there's that dig spot, and then there's supposed to be a fishing spot somewhere in the valley too. So I've got to do that today too. And I probably ought to do that before I um, go up to take my shower. But yeah, so nobody's called me today. And she said, yeah, I'll definitely look for that application. Well, she was probably looking for an application that got put in last night, and it wouldn't let me put in a new one because it it wouldn't let me put in a new one because I already put one in. It's like, no, you already put one in. They just gotta find it. And I'm like, I'm getting antsy about it because I know that I put it in so long ago. It's not like Walmart where, after 3 months it just kicks it out and says, nope, you gotta put in a new one. Of course, they keep telling us no matter what we put, they keep telling us that we didn't answer the questions right on Walmart. So I think we've gotten kicked out of the system, like we're blackballed, we can't do it anymore. And it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be after 6 months you can apply again and get another chance at working at Walmart. But like I said, do I really want to be able to? I mean, do I really want to work for a job that stresses me out? No. I would still be able to stream because I would stream before my shift, and um, I mean, if I get the job at a dollar store, I'll still be able to stream because I'll stream before I have to go into work, and I might end up streaming afterwards too. But somewhere in there, I need to edit my books too, and not just on my quote Saturday and Sunday. So I don't know how this is all gonna work out, but we'll work it. 'Cause that's the problem. I go and get to work, and then while I'm cashiering or putting stuff on the shelf or whatever, I'll come up with a really great story idea, and then I can't write it down um until my break or until I'm done with work, and yeah, ends up being a big problem. I had a great story idea the other day, and I just can't remember what it is right now, but I wrote it down, so that's the important part. Oi, this is taking forever. See, and we don't just have here, we have there and maybe over there. Um, but it'll get done. And as soon as it gets done, I can go and make a dry run on trying to get the fireworks done. Um, oh, most of the something I don't usually say is unless I've done something that I just really, like yesterday I was trying to do something and um oh no, it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before that. Okay, the day before I was thinking it was Wednesday for some reason, and you gotta stick to your streaming schedule. If you stream every day, you gotta stick to your streaming schedule um because if you don't, then you're not gonna know what day it is. So anyway, I thought the day before yesterday was Wednesday instead of yesterday, and we had the biggest problem because I wanted to stream Dreamlight Valley, and then I was like, "Oh, I can't do that. Tomorrow's Wednesday." Um, but the whole thing that threw off my schedule this week is that they're supposed to be turning off the electricity eventually here, so they can put in new fuse boxes for the I don't know if they're doing it for the individual units, so like the fuse box inside the house, or if they're just doing the fuse boxes on the outside of the building. It didn't exactly say, it just said fuse boxes. So, my husband thinks that it's just the ones outside the house, and they just gotta turn it off so nobody gets electrocuted. But so far, they haven't done it for our house. So, anyway, I pre recorded everything this week. Not Saturday because it said that it was going to be done by by Saturday. It's been raining a lot though, so maybe that's why they haven't done it. I have no idea. But yeah, I will end up stop talking about it as of Saturday because it's supposed to be done by then. But if they got behind, then they might do it on Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. So maybe after my shower, I'll get on here and do a game of Fortune and Jeopardy just to make sure, and maybe throw in um, Disneyland Adventures to go with it. But I need to work on my story too. I'm trying. Okay, so I'm on page 312 right now. I'm about to start 313, and I that's out of 430. 430. Dang. No, wait, no, I said 434 or something like that, didn't I? Oh, 433. Okay, so 433. Um, and I'm on 413. So as soon as I'm done with that, as soon as I'm done with um, as soon as I'm done with 413, of course I'm going to go to 414, and I'm still thinking that I need to bust it up a little bit. Because, she starts out in the room and then they go to breakfast, but I think breakfast is, um, I think it's one of those things where she arrived, everybody said happy birthday, and then after breakfast, this is what happened, you know. And she was a little bit disappointed, because Sean stayed there long enough to see her in her, birthday dress. He came, he bought her a dress, and Hayden bought her the same dress. So it worked out because she didn't want to disappoint either one of them. Hayden said she had to have something that said she was sweet 16, and Sean just wanted her to have an awesome dress. So it ends up when she goes out to breakfast, Sean's smiling at her because he thinks that she's wearing the dress that he bought, and Hayden's smiling because she he thinks that she's wearing the one that he bought. Well, she is wearing the one that he bought, but she's wearing the heels that Sean bought to go with the dress, and um, and then Sean explains that he's supposed to go into the kitchen and um, help out with the cake and ice cream, and that's all he says. Well, she's slightly disappointed that he's not eating breakfast with her, but she'll find out later what happens. But anyway, then they go to, after it says after breakfast, this is what happened. Jack goes and looks out the window and says, "It looks stormy outside." I mean, his phone's saying that it's supposed to be sunny, but it's saying it's stormy outside. Um, we've had that happen before. Like, it was the middle of summer, so hot it's not even funny, and the sensor, wherever it was, um, it must have been on a roof, and the roof was getting cleaned or something several times because it would say it was raining. And, like, you just want to contact, at that point, you just want to contact Google and say, it is not raining. But we couldn't figure out how to do that at that time, so, it's like, it is not raining. It is perfectly sunny outside, and it is way too hot. And if it did rain, we could basically, put soap on ourselves and have the rain wash it off because it would be that nice and toasty. Yeah, not all rain is actually cold. I am guessing now that I think about it that if you went to the rainforest, it might be that warm kind of rain instead of the cold kind of rain. I never thought about that before. Hmm. Anyway, so wow. This has taken almost 3 hours. I was hoping it was only going to take an hour. Seriously. But yeah, there's just so much left to do. I didn't realize that. So anyway, I'm going to probably stop this for long enough to take my shower and then come back to it. Maybe I'll stream, maybe I won't. I don't know. I definitely gotta stream Dreamlight Valley. I'm going to explain where I found it before I go and do anything else. The digging spot, because they have like the same spots every year, but like maybe um okay, so I know that Suro and Mr. Star and Sky and I think it was Miss Cupcake, can't remember. And Let's Play K, I'll play it. So like maybe my dig spots in the Frosted Heights, and I know Suro's was in the Sunlit Plateau. I was dreading it being in Sunlit Plateau yesterday because um you're supposed to do this for 2 days, the dig spots. Anyway, I was dreading it being in the Sunlit Plateau because I have a lot of crops in there, stuff that you can plant in there, and I was like, knowing my luck, that's exactly where it's going to be. But then I went there yesterday. I could not find that dig spot, but I had found the fishing spot, so I was happy. And I was just like, okay, so I'm gonna have to put this up. I'm gonna have to watch somebody's video. Well, he said something about, it could be in the Sunlit Plateau. It could be over here. It could be on the island where we found Ariel. And I'm like, oh man. He did not say anything about it being in the realms, just so you know. Um, but it's in the regular valley, and you just gotta find it. So the problem became I didn't know that at the time. I just didn't know where to look. And God kept telling me, look in the Frosted Heights, look in the Frosted Heights, look in the Frosted Heights. And did I listen? No. It's a good idea to listen to God when he's telling you stuff. But especially if I'm making up this scenario, but especially if he's like telling you don't keep going on this road because it is a sheer cliff and you're going to fall off and you're going to be unalived, it would be a good idea to listen to him on that one. Um, um, I know for a fact that somewhere in Point Reyes, California, there's a bunch of hiking trails, and the hiking trails also lead to campsites. So in this, I think we were going to Wildcat Camp. I can't remember, but I think we were going to Wildcat Camp, and there's this one spot. It looks like it's a clearing, so it's a good spot to stop and rest for a little bit, especially if you got that big old backpack on your back. It's a good spot to stop and rest, but there's no clear way to figure out where you're supposed to go from there, because there's like four different ways. There's the way you came in, two ways that lead to a sheer cliff. If you keep going on that, you're just gonna fall off and get hurt. And then there's the way you're supposed to go. So, I hope they have fixed that, because I would think that it would be a bad cell signal place, unless they have a really cleverly made fake tree there, that is a cell tower. But I would think that that would be a really bad cell connection, even nowadays. And although some people have, like, they can use like the satellite, and that's out in space. So maybe not anymore, but you would definitely fall off and get hurt. Um, me and my dad were going down that trail just to see where it led. And he's like, "Oh, back up, back up, back up." I'm like, "Okay." Um, I might have been 15 at the time. I have no idea. We haven't been camping in a long time. Um, well, one time we went camping. It was like a whole family reunion thing. We had plus extended family. Yeah, those people that have been in the that have been friends so long that we took them along too. That's what I mean by extended family this time. But usually extended family means you got your mom and your dad and your sisters and brothers, but then you've got like the cousins, I mean the aunts and uncles and the cousins and their kids and all that. You know. Speaking of that, I thought it was very strange when my aunt told me that my two cousins were going to get married again, or at least they're thinking about it. Um, because, okay, so my cousins were in the Navy, and my cousin Rose thought she liked this guy, and they had a baby together, and she didn't end up marrying him. And then, I guess, a couple of years ago, I'll say, like maybe 2024, 2023, something like that, she got married, and apparently they got divorced because now she's planning on getting married again. Although I'm hearing this from my aunt, so I don't know like all the details. What the heck? Uh, I don't know. That's better. Okay. Um, the video I'm playing in the background is a FWIP Minecraft video this time, and I think it's from yesterday. Anyway, um, an error occurred, and so it wasn't playing. So my screen went black, and I was like, "Aw, man, what the heck?" I know I didn't say the "aw, man" part, but it's like, what the heck? So I went and hit refresh on it, and it's all good. Um, oh, okay. Well, some of these trees didn't grow anyway, so they're very easy to take out. What is that? Oh, okay. Okay, don't ask me how, but I saw like a heart, and I mean like a heart from inside a person, but lit up with the redstone kind of thing, and I'm like, huh? Because I know that's not in here. It ended up being the barrier blocks, and if I would have just thought of this in the first place, we wouldn't have to be doing this now, but oh well. I couldn't figure it out until like 2 days ago. How to do this. I could not figure it out. I was like, I don't get it. I don't know. I just did not have any clue how to get this to work the way I needed to, because um, we need it on both sides of the road, and on top of that, we needed to be able to keep the trees back. So it was like, how are we going to keep the trees back and have the thing go down the road? And uh, how are we going to keep the trees back and have the fireworks shooting off from the road, the way that they're supposed to? And I just could not think of it. And then all of a sudden I was like, hey, you know what? If we kind of put an alcove around here, it works. It's not going to work as good as I mean, it may not work. I should say, may not work as good as I want it to, but it'll work good enough. I'm hoping it does work the way I want it to, so it just looks like it's, um, so you can see it and everything. But I'm worried because of the trees. The trees are being held back by the barrier blocks, but on the other hand, they may still be, what's not being held back may still be in the way a little bit. Okay, so okay, where'd it go? Okay, so you're over here, and you got it like this. Will you be able to see the firework? I don't know. Well, anyway. So that's something I'm worried about. Okay, apparently we're going a little longer. Because I'm like so afraid that I'm not. What was that? You okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't know. He either burped in his sleep. I don't know if cats burp, but he either burped in his sleep or something. He did the like, how sometimes you hiccup and like it's a whole body hiccup. He did something like that, but like he doesn't have the hiccups as far as I know. Um, so it turns out cats can get the hiccups, and babies, when the mom's pregnant with the baby, they can have the hiccups too. I think it was my cousin Marcel kept getting hiccups in his, when he was inside. Some parents think that is so funny. There's a onesie out there that, oh, here it goes. There's a onesie where it says something about been inside for 9 months. Okay, so that's that, and then so the onesie looks like it's a jail outfit. And says something like been inside for 9 months. I'm probably quoting it wrong, but something like that. Okay, so I always wanted to get before my daughter was born, they had this really cute onesie that or no, it wasn't even before she was born. It was way after she was born. She was 1 years old at the time. Um and I think when they had her size, we couldn't afford it. So anyway, it says Walmart shopper in training. And I thought it was so cute. It was just, it was just a white onesie that said Walmart shopper in training, and I liked it, but I couldn't get it at the time. Like, uh, it always was 0 to 3 months, and she was like one already. And then by the time our son came around, they didn't have it anymore. That would be so cute actually. If you get that onesie and um you get that specific onesie, and then you dress your cat or dog up in like a baby outfit. I mean, you dress your cat or dog up in it because I've got cats, so I'm specifically thinking of my cat Ben. Um, but anyway, you dress your cat up in that, and have one of those Kong binkies attached with the binky holder. I'm glad. I'm glad they came up with binky holders because one time, or not one time, several times, my daughter just, like she threw a binky and I didn't realize it. So then, like, she didn't have it. So then I had to go and buy more. Well, the one time I realized that she just didn't want it anymore. She didn't need it. And I felt bad because my brother found it on the ground. Found it on the sidewalk on his way home from school. And he's like, I brought this all the way home and she doesn't even need it anymore. Or something like that. And I was like, yeah, but thank you. Um, yeah, we had some interesting times living at that apartment. That was supposed to be like one of the bad apartments to live in. And I thought it was kind of funny because it was like right around the corner or right down the street, however you want to say it, from where we used to live when I was a baby. And it was one of those apartments that doesn't take kids. Okay, wait, what? Cool. I forgot to ask my sister if she's gonna. Oh. Oh, cool. Anyway, I forgot to ask her because he's having surgery tomorrow. He needs lots of prayers. Um, lots of calming prayers too. Prayers that it goes right, but also some calming prayers because I think he's freaked out about it. It's not every day that you have your um that you have some kind of heart surgery, so um anyway, he just needs prayers. But if you're watching this after May 29th, 2026, um then it'll be you know um he he'll need recovery prayers by then. Oh, okay. Okay, so unfortunately, my sister doesn't get to see her dad until like maybe the 31st. I was hoping she'd get to, be there with him. Well, anyway, I'm hoping it goes great and just, like I said, just because it's, uh, I don't know, maybe it's superstition. I think that's the word I'm, I've been using. Um, I'm gonna be playing backgammon, uh, during the surgery just to make sure. So normally on Thursdays I play GTA or Forza Horizon 5 or 6. I just got 6 the other day, so it'll probably be 6. But normally I play that. Well, this week they were supposed to be turning the electricity off between 7 and 4 on one of the days, and I have no idea which day it is because they didn't bother to tell us. They just said between that day and that day, which was Tuesday the 26th to um, Friday the 29th, and it didn't say when, it just said between 7 and 4. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll plan for disaster, that they're going to be doing it all 4 days. And so I streamed everything that I was supposed to stream between Tuesday and Friday early. So everybody on Twitch is probably very confused, unless they listened to what I said and that they're supposed to be turning the electricity off. And if they don't do it today at all, then um, then maybe they'll do it tomorrow. I don't know, or they might not be doing our specific house because of the fact that we're behind on the HOA. I don't know. Um, anyway, all I know is that I'm hoping I get that job. Um, whether I want whether I want a job outside the house or not. I'm hoping I get that job, and I'm hoping that people start buying my books, and then I get monetized, and then uh, you know, the thing is though that I'm gonna stream whether I get monetized or not. So you know, so even though it does make me upset that people tell me I'm not serious because I don't have money to advertise, it's like I am totally serious. But why am I trying to make money? So I can have money to advertise. But why am I trying to advertise? So I can help pay the bills and maybe do giveaways or have um have things on my I mean, I want to be able to do good things with my money. And I'm not making a whole lot of sense, and I know it. But I want to be able to do good things with it. I want to be able to help out people who really can't afford food. I want to be able to help out people that, like if they lost their job and can't pay their rent or their mortgage, whatever. I'd like to be able to go there and say, here, pay it back when you can, or or don't even pay it back, and be kind to somebody else who is in need. I think I'd rather that. Actually, like if I was making enough money that I could help somebody out with their rent or mortgage, rents and mortgage are pretty expensive, especially around here. Um, I assume LA and New York City prices are, a lot worse on that, but still, they're pretty bad. So, anyway. Okay, we've gone from rainy to partly cloudy. That is not partly cloudy. That is absolutely cloudy. But I'm only seeing one small part of the sky through my window, so. That's the thing. I would like to be able to look out my window and go, oh, there's snow! But my desk is in the way. You know? I would like to be able to do that. That's the thing. You see most gamers and they've got, like the gaming chair and, it's desk, it's computer desk chair shaped, and, that's supposed to be comfy and everything, and it's not comfy to me. In fact, right now, I'm not really comfortable because I don't have the footrest up. I think I was getting ready so I could go upstairs, and then I went into the fourth hour here. Well, I mean, not fourth hour, but going up to it being 4 hours. But hopefully this will be the end. So the next one should not be followed up by fix. It should just be followed up by the word show, or just not have anything there. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out, do I want to put the word show, or do I want to just put it as 2026 4th of July fireworks? Cuz I'm probably going to, I mean, it usually has a date, and then it usually has a date, and then um Minecraft when it's here, and then if it's the real 2026 4th of July fireworks, it doesn't have the word Minecraft on it. And usually it doesn't have the date either, um but it will have the year, because duh, it's on 4th of July. Although um one year they weren't going to have them, and then they got so much flack for not having them. um I think that's what happened, is that they had so much flack for not having them that they just did it, you know. Um, it was like, I, I don't know. I want to say weather related or something. It might have been the year, it might have been 2023. So anyway, like they weren't going to do it, and then they decided to do it anyway, and but it was 2 days later, something like that. So I think that one does have the date on it, because because it was literally 2 days later. I usually put the date on it, and I've noticed that some other people started putting the date on it too, because if you know that your person that you're watching put out a video in a certain year, and you need to look at that specific video, then to look for that date. So like if somebody's watching, if somebody's trying to find my pirate ship on there, they'd have to look before April 2024. And I told that the person I was talking to, I told them that, and I hope that they took that to heart, because otherwise they're going to get really frustrated, because there's probably over 1,000 videos for Minecraft. There's probably more than that. I don't know. Because sometimes I just get into a Minecraft mood. Like, well, I'm not in a, I don't want to say I'm in a Minecraft mood, um, but right now I'm like, I need to do this. So I just need to get up to where all of these have the alcove, and I'm probably not going to get this done before noon. Oh my goodness. I'm just saying. I'm probably not going to get this done before noon. So I'm going to go and, you know, at noon I will take my shower and um, come back to this project afterwards. So, this is ridiculous. You're like, I want to go. I mean, it's just taking forever. That's why I keep saying it's ridiculous. It's a really big project. It's taking forever. Um, I've only got until July 4th. I don't like being on a deadline. That's why it's okay for me to um that's why it's okay for me to say that, okay, I've got this book to edit, but give myself until July 27th to do it, because, I don't like being on a deadline. But I also say that, I'm giving myself until July 27th, but just may not make it. Especially now if I'm going to get a job outside the house. You know. And if we end up, like if they end up getting upset at us and not letting us keep the house, um, because we don't get the money in time or something like that, uh, I'm gonna have to transfer to the other Dollar Tree. But I don't think that other Dollar Tree gets that much people in it anymore. Because it's all the way out by the other Walmart and the um it's kind of near the Target that nobody goes to. Uh, I know a lot of you are like, Target's one of my favorite stores. Why wouldn't people go to it? It's just too far out. If they went and took over like um the JCPenney's location, or I think Kohl's is actually doing pretty good, so um or like if Big Lots isn't doing very well, if they put it in that parking lot, I think it would do better. But like we don't go there unless I don't want to say we don't go there unless we have to, but like we don't go there unless we're like looking for a specific thing that we know that they have had in the past. Like the Giants onesie. We wanted to dress our cats up as um as Giants baseball players or something. Something Giants one year. And, we're just gonna put them in Giants onesies and call it a costume, and we couldn't afford it that year, of course. Um, like I always wanted to dress the boys up in 49ers um dog, they're technically dog outfits, um but I wanted to go and dress them up that way and take them to the costume contest at the pet store. And we couldn't afford those either because they're $25 each. So there's $50 for the boys, and then we're gonna get a cheerleader one for Coral. Um, we'd have to do it for Bobby this time. But that's what we're gonna do. So that was $75. Well, the tree that is causing problems is gonna get taken out. So I really do think that we're almost done though. And I'm hoping I'm right. See, why is it always the full grown tree that I end up having to take out? Okay, so I've got a dumb question. Does anybody know why you're not supposed to leave? And besides that it looks weird, why are you not supposed to, um, like take out the bottom two pieces of the tree and leave the rest of it? Is there like an actual real reason for it? Does anybody know? Please comment in the comments below if you have an answer to this question. If you don't, then maybe nobody knows. Um, I mean, there's got to be a reason. They tell you specifically uh, don't dig straight down. That makes sense because there could be lava. And you'd have a hard time getting back out again. They, but leaving trees looking really weird like that, you know, it can actually make it look like your world's corrupt, but it's really not. That's something that's kind of funny is that Preston Games, um, he goes and does all these videos where is this a myth or is it real? And people go and submit stuff, and it turns out most of the time that this is not real. I think we can do this, and it'd be just fine. But sometimes it's kind of funny because you'll have something like a tree that is upside down or a tree that is um you'll have a tree that's upside down, or you'll have a tree that is 4 blocks off the ground or something like that, and you're wondering why. And then it turns out that he said it was real, whatever the theory was. And I'm like, no, it isn't. Because I went and did one of the things that he said was real. And I'm like, okay, unless you're playing on Java and it's totally different, that is not true. Because actually my husband went and did that. Um, I don't remember what the theory was. I am so sorry. But I was like, okay, so he did it on his Xbox and it was supposed to be like immediately um it was like supposed to be immediately spawn into the area and you get yeah, that's what it was. Okay, it was immediately spawn into the I mean, as you spawned into the thing, having a treasure chest right there with a whole bunch of goodies in it, and he said yes, and we did it, or well, my husband did it, and the answer was no, but we didn't have the bonus spawn chest on or clicked on because some people think that's cheating, and I think it's really cool, but I don't play survival, so I think my opinion doesn't really matter. Um, yeah, on that one, but I know that it wasn't true because our Xboxes are in the same, are in this, our Xboxes and TVs are in the same room, so I watched as he did it, and nope. So I believe I called him out on that one. I don't often call him out on that one, on saying whether something's a myth or not, um, but you don't want to go and confuse people by telling them that this myth is totally for real when it's really myth busted. I mean, it happened for him, but like he had the bonus chest. But they called it something different. Anyway, he had that enabled, so when he went on it, it definitely did it. But I was like, this is old news. It's like, yeah, you can set it up. You press the button and I mean you press that option and yeah, you can have a bonus chest. So I don't know if they like turned that off for computer people and so that's why it's a revelation, or if they just totally forgot because they've been playing Minecraft so long. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I want to do my story, but it'll probably that chapter will probably get done tomorrow because I pre-recorded everything for the week, so just in case um I mean, like unless they're saving our building for last or my specific unit for last, it could be that because I thought I saw a van and I thought it said it was um the electrical company, but I don't know. And would it be NV Energy or would it be something else? I don't know that either. Anyway, I just hope that, like I can get this job, so I can have some money to help out with the bills and hopefully um so I can help out with the bills and hopefully get some advertising done. See, I would like to be able to get okay, so I have a board right in front of me, one of those foam boards. And it's got the prices of my books on it. That's why I'm getting so good at telling you how much they are. Um, but there's that. There's also, well, every time I publish a book, I'm able to tell you, how much it would cost if you bought it in a different country. I just realized that. But anyway, I'd like to be able to do advertising. I would like to be able to help out with the household bills. Technically, if I could, I would like to help out with, um, I have to help out with the HOA because he can't afford it. But, I would also like to be able to pay the electric bill. So then, like, if he goes and squawks at me that I've got his TV on for Nash Bridges and I've got my computer on and I've got my Xbox and my TV on, I can go, "You're not paying the bill." Um, I don't often do that. I really don't. I try to have just the devices I usually have on. Like my TV and my Xbox and my computer. Um, like days when I'm really editing my books, like day I think it was day before yesterday. I did 20 pages and I would well I yeah, I did 20 pages, but I had to piece together the other two yesterday. So anyway, um uh that day I was able to get that much done, but I started out at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and somewhere around 10 something or 1 something or something like that, I did have a big problem. I don't know what happened, but I had a big problem. I had to go and fix it and fix it and fix it and fix it, and then finally it was fixed, so I was happy. Um, and then, yeah, that same day, I was having a small problem because I was, I guess, a little bit tired, from being up since 5. All of a sudden, it was any time that it needed to be Sean, I used the Ashley voice, and anytime it needed to be Ashley, I put the Sean voice. I do know the difference between boys and girls, and I don't know why I was doing that, but for a section, I was like, um, boy voice for Ashley and girl voice for Sean, and I know of one person that is named Ashley that is a guy, but he's in a book, so does he really count? I'm not sure, but I want to say it was Little Women. There's a guy named Ashley. And oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I know that that's the situation. And I'm pretty sure it was Little Women. I'm not entirely sure it was Little Women, but I'm pretty sure it is. Anyway, the thing was that apparently, um, I'm gonna make up the other name because I don't remember. It was Susan or Sharon or something that started with an S. Think. I think. But anyway, they were talking about it in the TV show Friends. Um, for some reason, somebody had put it in the freezer. And Joey's like, "Oh, yeah, I read that. And it's got some pretty hot scenes in it, too." Because he was thinking that Ashley was a girl, even though it said he, I'm sure. But he was thinking Ashley was a girl. And that doesn't work. Anyway, he was thinking Ashley was a girl, so there was some girl girl action there, and that's not what it is. It's Ashley's a guy in that one. And then I know that there's an episode of Nash Bridges. Yeah, I'm going back to Nash Bridges. Where it's a female character, but her name is Sean. Not Shauna, Sean. So I don't understand that at all whatsoever, but because everybody that I know named Sean, like Sean Connery, my cousin, they're guys. Sean Penn, they're all guys. I've never heard of a female named Sean, except for in that episode of Nash Bridges. So, so anyway, it was, yeah, that episode's a little weird because, like, I'm thinking that's not a that's not a girl's name. So I don't know what the writers were thinking, but that's, yeah. So I guess we will, I suddenly have to go upstairs, so I guess we will end the stream, a little earlier than noon. But okay, so I write books. They're available on Amazon in hardback, paperback, and ebook. They ship everywhere Amazon ships to. They're good for free shipping, and if you're buying them out of America, because that's where they're written and edited and where I live and all that stuff, you don't have to worry about money conversion because Amazon does it for you. I think this is a fairly new feature, actually, where my books are being able to be bought in other countries. I don't know if they're like, I don't know if they like have a translator, so like if you only read German, they come in German. I don't think so, but that's a future me project one these days. Um, so like if you only read in whatever language it is that isn't English, that they'd come out in that too. But that's definitely a future me project. I don't actually like to use that term. It just seems weird, but yeah, that's a future project. That's another thing I could do if I was able to make some kind of money. I'd be able to like make my books come out in like German and Spanish and if if they're popular enough, make them come out in you know a little bit of British. So like instead of them being locked in the trunk, they're locked in the boot. You know, instead of going up in the elevator to get to the 18th floor of Harrah's, they're going in the oh, I can't remember what it's called. Um, Lift. I think they call it the lift. Um, stuff like that. I could do that. Yeah, worked very good for J.K. Rowling. She's got the America version, which is Sorcerer's Stone, and then she's got the British version, which is Philosopher's Stone. Um, I think that's kind of weird that she went and that she changed the thing, but I kind of think in America we think of a philosopher as what as something different. So dang. No, actually, no. Wow. Ew. I was going to say it one way, and then it was like, because I thought of something that happened. Apparently, my sister's dad is in San Francisco, because that's where they're going to get um, surgery done. I didn't realize that. Um, he lives somewhere else. I don't remember where. But anyway, so he's getting the surgery done, and but that's not until tomorrow. So today he's having all kinds of fun in San Francisco, apparently. But then I was thinking, okay, the last time I remember him going to Sacramento, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco, San Francisco. My mouth wants to say Sacramento. Um. Anyway, last time I remember him being there, it was with Mama, and some guy crashed into them, and I am hoping and praying that that don't happen this time. They were driving around in their little truck, and this guy ran the red light in his big old van, and well, it's probably regular size, like the size of the A-Team van, but A-Team, that's another show I watched a lot. I like every episode of A-Team except for the no, it may not be every episode. I know it's not every episode, but I was gonna say every episode, but and then I was like, you know what? It may not be. So like season 4.5 um may not be some of my favorite. Like the second half of the fourth season may not be ones that I like. I know I did not like the fifth season at all. Like all of a sudden they get recruited by the government, so they're not like the, they're not doing like the Robin Hood thing anymore, where they're running from the law um and trying to, they're not really trying to prove their innocence, but it'd be nice if they could find out. If they could, prove that they didn't do it, or they did it, but like they could prove that superior officer orders, and soldiers aren't supposed to think for themselves. So, um, I hope they change that, because like say your superior officer says go walk through that landmine, uh go walk through that uh place with the landmines, and see if you can find where the landmine that is still active is, I would hope that you would say, no. Let's shoot golf balls over there or something. Yeah. That's what they did on MASH one episode. They were playing golf and it was funny. Um, I mean, they were playing golf and then all of a sudden, oops, we found a landmine. Nobody got hurt, except for the golf ball. But it wasn't like, oh, what was that? Oh, that was A Team. Okay, so on A Team, there's an episode where, Mad Eye Murdoch, I mean, not Mad Eye Murdoch, Howling Mad Murdoch. They just call him Murdoch most of the time. He was, the Golf Ball Liberation Front. He was always doing weird things like that, so. Oh, no. Oh. Why? Why did I do that? Okay, I don't know. Anyway, so I think I'm gonna, I still need to go upstairs. Okay, so anyway, so for hardback books, Quirrell, my children's book, is not available on hardback, but it is available in paperback for $6. And what the heck happened there? Anyway, is available for $6 in paperback and $2.99 for ebook. But for the others, the novels, I would say 16 and up is the people who should be reading this. So Pirate's Daughter is 26. You know what? It helps if you actually pay attention when you're going down the road to find out where the next one is. Okay. Okay. Hard time. Pirate's Daughter, $26. Misfortune, 26. Hard Times, 26. Esperanza's Party, 24. The Island, 25. Lessons in Love, 27. One of these days, I think I'm going to try to regulate that. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try. All of them are $20 for the paperback, each. And then, Pirate's Daughter is $3.05 for the ebook. Misfortune is $5. Hard Times is $5. Esperanza's Party is $3.05. The Island is $5. Lessons in Love is $5. So, if you're watching me on Twitch right now, you're probably really confused why I'm streaming Minecraft on a Monday, but, anyway. The whole reason why I'm streaming Minecraft on a Monday is because, oh, I went and screwed up. Anyway, the whole reason why I'm streaming Minecraft on a Monday is because they were supposed to be turning the electricity off sometime this week, and I know I've said that before, but I just wanted to say it again just to make sure everybody knows. Because what if you, like, came in on this stream in the last 5 seconds of it, I mean, the last few, minutes of it, and you didn't watch the whole stream yet, and, you don't know. So, anyway, that was supposed to happen, and so I pre-recorded, like, everything, and then it hasn't happened that way yet. They haven't turned off the electricity from 7 to 4. And I'm very confused about that. But like I said, it could be that we're just not up on the HOA, so they thought our house wasn't important enough or something. I have no idea. Because he said the fuse boxes, like it's the outside fuse boxes, but they didn't say that. They just said fuse boxes, so I don't understand. As far as I know, fuse boxes are in the house, so I don't know. But anyway, so if you're watching me on Twitch right now, please follow and chat. And if you're watching me on YouTube right now, please like, share, comment, subscribe. Notification bell. Please get those valid public watch hours up. You've been doing great so far. Last I checked, it was at 1,231, and going up, I assume. I haven't looked at it lately. I will look at it a little bit later and find out. But thank you for what you've done so far. Thank you. Because I am trying to get monetized, but that, yeah, monetization isn't the main thing that's driving me to do this. It's because I was, I know it sounds a little conceited, but I was watching other people's videos and going, I think I can do better than that. Um, especially, I'm not trying to be rude, but especially on some of the Disneyland content. But I only have so much because I can't go to Disneyland. You know, if I was able to make money, I might be able to get my husband to have time off and me to have time off and go to Disneyland, you know, and make more content. Um, like we would definitely go to Star Wars Land. I know it's Batu or whatever they're calling it, which is kind of funny because if Batu is spelt the same way as um ship is in French, then I'm going to be laughing my head off because, well, mentally laughing my head off because I was looking up, you know, what could I call La Rochelle instead, and I looked up ship, and you know, it's through Google Translate, so take it with a grain of salt, but um, but that's what it said. It said Batu, uh, and like BAT. Yeah, I want to say it's BAUTU or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Because I looked it up like last month or earlier this month, something like that. Anyway, a while ago. So, um, that's what it said though, and I was like, oh, okay, Batu, Batu, yeah, okay. And I may not be pronouncing it right for the French version, but I know that they say it's Batu in Disneyland. But people call it like Batu, they call it Galaxy's Edge, they call it Star Wars Land, and it's like which one is correct. And Disney is not going to tell you, I'm sure. But it's okay because I'm going to go in there and probably call it Star Wars Land or say Star Wars Land Batu Galaxy's Edge. I don't know what I'm going to call it if I get to stream it, but the thing is that I don't know if I can wait in line like that anymore cuz we were trying to oh, we got dang lucky actually. Okay, so we got dang lucky this year when it came to the Nevada Day Parade because there was chairs and I had my tripod. Well, I usually have my tripod if I'm gonna be recording something that's that long. But um, but yeah, I went and recorded it year before last, and my legs were getting all wobbly. And then I ended up sitting down, and there was like 50 million people. There's not even 50 million people in Carson, but there's like 50 million people walking by me. And, you know, it seemed like all of Carson City was walking in front of me. And, you know, it's pretty much okay. It's video, but, you know, it's not ideal. Um, okay, let's find the next one, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Okay. So I don't know how much longer this is going to take, but I'm definitely going to end the stream because it's already at 4 hours and 5 minutes, and it's ridiculous. So when I do come back on to record with y'all, it's going to be Dreamlight Valley because I need to, you know, I need to do that. So what I'm probably going to do is go and I have to go upstairs anyway, so I had to... That is weird. It looks like the tree is in the barrier blocks, but I'm sure it's behind it. Yeah. It's just an optical illusion. It was like yeah, right there. It looks like the tree is in the barrier blocks. So anyway, I think what I'm gonna do is go up and, do what I need to do in the room that's upstairs, and then I will go and take my shower, which is also in that room upstairs. And then I will come back and do Dreamlight Valley. Actually, I probably do the thing I need to do in that room, and then come back down here, do Dreamlight Valley real quick, and then go up there. But I'm kind of afraid that they're gonna call me for, like, if they're gonna call me for the interview, that they're gonna call me for the interview while I'm still not showered. So maybe I ought to take a... I don't know. Okay, I will see you in the next streamer video.